Alrighty. There's Eric.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Hey, Kurama, good morning. Hey, Barbos, hello.
Rest eternally. Somebody's prison.
Got to serve a freaking peon.
Fulgent flame my servant's rise. Out of my sight. Leave naught but ash in your wake. Then sink sorrow into your heart. I'm tired of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are afraid to be consumed. Flames embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. Servant's rise. A fitting death. I shall see my wish fulfilled. some more.
There wasn't really much I could do there.
And sink sorrow into your heart.
Big cut, hello. The chains of event that led to this moment began with my heir. When out of mercy I confined you here, now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. See, you will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to overwhelm ignorance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambitions and bring Eric to dream life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Eric, he knows not what his wish would beget, the truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? My wish. You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires a return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Eric beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In the service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked at me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You and who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, no, then who do I? Hearken to your heart. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? La Habrea, I will have my say. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Akane's words reached me through the haze. They rung loud and clear, as did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. How did you master these bonds? Oh, we've endured much worse. You're worthless. You act. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. Hey, Breezy. Hey, Lumi. Hey, cool. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return to Eric above, that he would bind Hephaestus with his own half his senses intact. You quite understand his adaptedness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Truth imperfect. La Habrea looks at Eric with concern. feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none for worse of wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus and the forces assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled senses, Eric felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so knowable as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Brea, that was how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past. Indeed, he was not but part of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A massive ether without a material vessel storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, for Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I hear your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool my mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the words of La Brea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to the research that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass, she sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend that such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, I thought that would be an idle fancy, considering one and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As the leader of the words of La Brea, I spoke with her often about transcending our beings. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued us countless researchers throughout the years. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person would mend with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be negated by the strengths of the other, and the result would be something greater than we have ever imagined. Though it was but a theory, Athena insisted that I develop it further. Curious about every detail along the way, our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not so soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden attentions. When Pandemonium was built, she requested to lead the researchers, and I saw no reason to deny her. Ever setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could desire. And you found out that what she was doing, and you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers, and I left Argistris to keep watch from Tartaros' Verbestu as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. And for what occurred next, it's best to see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors and Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your mask cover. What petty defiance is this? What indeed, so quick you are to rebulk me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you cannot conceal this from myself and Edridge forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this once, release Eric, else I have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end by the hands of none other. However, ere my time is to come, I have you know the why of it. And you will not desist. Once you understand what drives me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feeling of one's weight like little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deny to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have interest in my motives. What purpose? What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother of the son of the great Lahabrea, to embark upon the path of her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, Lahabrea, and we shall know. Impossible, you bonded your souls? Aye. That the boundaries between us would cease to be, she offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse, and at that moment my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become the memory in mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A phantomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to exercise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fever. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul, ere you rotten insight spreads. Tis my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside of fickle emotion and a bid and duty alone. Today I renounce all I was and live only as La Habrea. Thus had I forsaken the part of myself that was polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think that I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions border on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Lagiros and Emmett Selch in particular made plain suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. You escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think that one day you'd make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated I would resort to such measures and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled and frowed by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only to see his dear Athena live again, and that she might finish what she began. Yet for all that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need to control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was in the thrall of Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? He did his promise. I just want to know one thing. Do you truly believe that hiding the truth was the best for me, even knowing how I felt about Mother? The La Habrea I knew had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is your choice to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano in the place of my fickle emotions in his place. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don the mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. I've heard enough. There's more that I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gate. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Hey, Daedalus, good morning. I owe you an apology, Kane. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chose to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would have never known La Hebrea's story, my father's story. 'Tis was a tale I too was fascinated to hear. Very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I can't help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I am afraid I can't allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining wardens and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and mind. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence. That is a mistake I'll never repeat again. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origins until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how woefully different they were. There's another. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone beside the present company and Azim was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threat remains. Perhaps it was one of the other wardens. We shall question them after they are freed. The task may take some time and resources. I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure, and we shall share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends up to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you're so inclined, make a much-needed repose. This talk of a journey smacks of Azim. As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Hebrea. You may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. My wife, it isn't Akane. Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Kolotikin's commission for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Nijium was just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the antilescope. In fact, please, you must come with me. What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? And you two, Professor Kennett's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you were involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated that he was on his way to Azia El, and we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor even for Claudian, but he was ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no course but to entreat Ishgardian's aid and search for him. As for the unusual fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue to monitor it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance in such a time that our investigation has concluded. Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must appraise the form of what has occurred here. Just when we need him the most, Professor Colony remains unaccounted for. He's ever brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium pitilessness Spire's justice. I can only warden if the facility itself traversed the times and did the creations with, then do the same. What of the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Horace of Fanat asked, and write that report. As for you, Kane, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. And when next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Eater of Souls, Rauschman breathes a sign of relief at your arrival. Kane, I had a feeling you would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake after all. After all, the Master Hirschman recently sent word regarding his investigation. It seems he uncovered information regarding Professor Caldian's whereabouts and sudden appearance in Pandemonium in the ethereal sea. We would do well to meet with him at once. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the anti-scope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. Hey, Kaiwi, hello. Thank you for answering my summonings with haste. Let us forego formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not yet been seen since his ill-advised journey to Azalea. The subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Ether Chemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. There was signs that someone, perhaps a man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, and in the most literal sense, this was almost as if an entire sector of the facility had been wrestled from existence. Further investigation confirmed that the expedition party's suspicions nigh on the entire sector of Alamazel had been teleported elsewhere. Teleported to where? We believe that its destination was none other than the ethereal sea, here where the elegant facility is reconstructed as the halls of the Pandemonium, to great success, as you can see. So Professor Cloud is in there, in that monstrous fortress. That is our leading theory. We are certain enough at least to risk sending you into the depths to search for the missing man. Yet before we do, there's another pressing matter. While Pandemonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed this behavior with the anti-scope, and to our horror witnessed it gorging upon surrounding ether like a ravenous beast. What? It must be stopped. The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. 'Tis the wellspring for which all creatures are born. If this flow were to disturb, the life itself may cease to be. Precisely, it safely must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Akani, then we will be at liberty to investigate that wicked machinations are afoot. This memory crystal was recovered from Claudian's airship. Take it with you. It may yet prove some insight into the enigma of Pandemonium. Without Themius, there will be no army of phantoms. I realize you are more capable in combat, but are you certain you'll be all right? Themius isn't the only one who can summon our illusionary allies. He isn't? Why, of course. I should have known someone of your talents would master even the ancient arcane arts. Apologies for my failures of the imagination. Once we are freed of the looming specters of Pandemonium, you must promise to share your knowledge. For the sake of a thorough report, of course. In the meanwhile, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can. I shall gather researchers from the confidence to construct the means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands. Warhaven, thank you for the raid. How's Final Fantasy treating you? I can't wait for this one to be over. I'm kind of speed reading through it so it can be over. It's been a lot of drama around this game and I want to be done with it. Lies? Yeah, I wish. Here's a non-lie. I won't be playing this game on my stream ever again after we finish. Thanks for watching it, Warhaven. Thank you. That stuff won't matter, Breezy. Once we're done with this, it's over. The community in this game alone is enough for me to never want to come back to this. If you're only allowed to have the hive mind opinion of everything, this game's perfect and da 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 da. I don't want to be a part of it. It doesn't matter. Exactly what Daedalus said. No, I'm going to force myself to finish this game because I'm a man of my word and I promised I would do something. And I'm not going to go back on it. Doesn't matter how much I'm not enjoying myself. I said I'd do it, I'll do it. 'Cause that's what keeping your word is about. Your personal satisfaction doesn't matter. My integrity and my character as a person matters to me. So I'm going to do it. But that doesn't mean that I have to stick around after it's over. And so does your personal integrity. Personal satisfaction matters, though, to you. My personal integrity matters to me. I promised I'd do it. I'm going to do it. And it's almost over, so it's irrelevant. And it's not to say that I haven't enjoyed this game, period. And that's far from it. It's just the fact that you can't have an opinion. The fact that this game has caused so much strife with people here simply because I don't agree that everything in this game is 100% perfect is utterly stupid. People like to say that you can have opinions and all that stuff, but it doesn't. Stupid things like people unfollowing literally because someone doesn't agree with like the story structure of a game is beyond dumb. You can't disagree the handling of characters. Have arguments over stuff like that. It's beyond stupid. It doesn't matter how many good people there are in a thing. If you have people that ruin it, it doesn't matter. Do you think it really matters to someone who who's had a bad experience to be like, oh, hey, wait, I'm sorry, but there's more people there? No, because that's not going to, what they haven't experienced is not going to magically just mem what their experience that they've gone through. If you have to walk through mud, if there's light at the end of the tunnel, but you have to walk on, spikes to get there, it's not going to make walking on the spikes any worse, or any better. The spikes are still there. Well, life ain't fair. I don't know what to tell you. Again, I can have my opinion on it. I don't see why you're challenging me on this. Why are you challenging me on this? Why are you trying to change my opinion? Let me have mine. I'm not trying to change yours. And that's the very heart of the thing that I'm talking about. I can't be allowed to have any kind of opinion on this without it being challenged whatsoever. Or being told that it's wrong, or being told that it's this, or it leads to arguments for There's always something. And then it causes just arguments. I'm just saying one bad seed can't just be your one deafening turnaround. I love this game too, and I don't mind hearing other opinions. It doesn't bother me. You're acting as if it's just been one. It hasn't been one, it's been many. It's been enough. And it doesn't matter. It's been enough for me to not want to play this game in the future. And that's it. I don't look forward to playing this game anymore. I did at some point, but I don't want to put up with the people. And it's probably for the better anyway. You don't have to be sorry about anything. It's fine. It's not like I have time to play this game anyway, even if I wanted to. I don't even have time to play the MMO that I do enjoy, so there's nothing lost here. Yeah, we only have 15 and 16 after this, and then once it's over, the Final Fantasy Marathon's over.
My feast must not end. My feast must not be interrupted.
Impressive work, Akane. The memories of the tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I'm Athena, chief keyword of Pandemonium, wife of La Habrea, and mother of Eric, and it is I who made Pandemonium anew in the underworld. In a matter of speaking, I'm the source of all your recent troubles. I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age, a slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one, for your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reason to worry, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what La Habrea has told you of me, but all that I have done, I have ever done for the sincere scientific curiosity. The appetite yet remains even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. You were reborn? In a sense, yes. 'Tis was only a way I could see my research complete. The Mariah of souls floating in the ethereal sea provides all the raw material I require, and your Professor Conneran proved the most welcome surprise. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood. You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Though I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear meaning in my words. Perhaps you would be better to serve by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. Yes, the crystal teems with memories. The memories of two souls you know quite well, La Habrea and Eric. I shall stitch them into the fabrics of two errant souls, that which will, with their help, you may come to see clearly. How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps you shall better understand me, my desires for godhood. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I very well may manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans, and I do hope that in time you've come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inquiry. Is there somewhere we can speak without the fear of interruption? Hey, Ray. Hello. I don't know how long it's been, Akane, but it's good to, as ever, to see your face. With that, we're under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. And this is a lot to take in, not at least for all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but I could not find a trace. Now I know why. Our age had its share of surprises. If my memories are to believe, the supposed world-ending final days came upon us, yet here we are, in the future where you at least exist. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endures in some form, as but memories. We have never had the luxury of the larger picture. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let us conviction guide our every action. Agreed, but memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Akane in battle. Ah, nay. Athena meant us to speak and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew our history of Akane. Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of Pandemonium now dominating the landscape of skulls. Akane's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Pandemonium awakens. La Habre is eyeing the frightful researcher with a mix of curiosity and dissuasion. Why do your companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. Though you may be but a confluence of memories, it's an honor to meet the personage that I have only read about in Akane's reports. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. It isn't life that I fear for. I only fear for that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold precious knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the threads which will lead us to safety out of this conundrum. Information shall be our most precious resource. For that, it is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery would see all life consumed. Her desire hasn't changed. She still seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god. The Nubilex constant, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity entails. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. Thus, she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it's known in this age, as the staging grounds for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She's thinking of nothing else. We caught glimpses of Athena as we came into the world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing, I found myself feeling affection for her. Don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I didn't know the true Eric would never want that, but these emotions remain in memory, if nothing else. We shall remain here to compile our information we can. You must infiltrate Pandemonium and seek out Athena. I would ask that you leave the memory crystals with us and may hold secrets which we have yet to be revealed. All that's left is to cross the menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? I have one question for you. Does the word Orasite mean odd to you? Orasite? Why, yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly takes the appearance in Legend of Ivalice and the tale of the concerning the Asian Laha. Well, in the tales concerning an entity known as the Asians, this personage is associated with black Orasite known as the Heart of Sabak, a source of considerable power. I see, so time has not buried it. From the outside, Pandemonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there's no guarantee that the wall inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it's been cleared of threats, Lahabre and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. That porter should convey you to Pandemonium's gate. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapons at ready. I knew you would come. I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was too at first. You see, I'm not the true Theseus. I was made by Athena, molded from one of her many souls at her disposal. I am only an illusion built for memory, no more real than Lahabre and Eric. Even so, I believe I have a grasp of the situation. This is the distant future. The future where Athena lives once more. Though the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me, you are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Very good. I would be disappointed if you did not raise to her challenge. Although I am sorry to say that I cannot aid you, my creator has tampered with my essence, and I am oddly inclined to act in her interest. I can do naught but offer your words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. There's no need for that pain expression. Remember, I am but an illusion. Nothing worthy of shedding tears over. I thank you for the sentiment, but I'm afraid that is quite impossible. Athena's grasp on my mind is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Eric so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in the Sea of Ether, she tampered her own essence. Yet the souls are faint, diffused. She doubts whatever they are sufficient for her goal. She has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus and Athena would know the secret of your strength. And to that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creations, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. What's happening? Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her at all costs, or all is lost. We can do a little but hope for Akane's success. Pandemonium was a mass of lifeless stone now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habre's hands. Though the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster as you may have so many others. Then you shall come before me. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. Okay, hold on. How you doing, Ray? Well, I hope you feel better. Is it possible to finish the Alliance raid in like 5 hours?
I am Pandemonium. From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
depending on the cues, but possibly.
You will go no further. Like a spider, I spin my web. Offers no escape. I mustn't disappoint Lady Akuma. Like unto chains! A tangled morsel, awaiting death. Lead back to me. I offer a glimpse of Lady Athena's power. Stay where you are. A tangled morsel, awaiting death. Back to me. These bars are unbreakable. These cells are mine! Stay where you are. Bear yourselves to me. Shall
will be a moment. For mother. I'll give you special cells. Your soul free. Like unto chains! These bars are unbreakable. Stay where you are. Wet like unto chains. Back to me! For Athena. For Mother.
That was a beautiful display as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Akane is that. Pandemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall wait for your arrival beyond. Apologies for not coming sooner. This place is enveloped by some fuel energy and we shouldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. My eyes mistaken, was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Had I have anticipated this. If she bore witness to the past events with Pandemonium, Athena would have found it Eletibus impossible to overlook. Few possible, such as a talent for magics, is sought not of embassy, discerning judgment. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea and used his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. Is that what Thesis said is true? She imbued Pandemonium itself with a soul? To breathe life into which should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its accumulation. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by our friends, we've made some stride towards figuring out how to stop her. The crystal called the Heart of Salbeck may be the key. The research related a quick but thorough history of the events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities that have brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that under other circumstances would have been considered childish fantasy, if not for the name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. The Heart is Sabek. To you, this secret of Ultima weapons might not at least the spell known as Ultima, a source of enduring mystery. We are told that a general from the Garlean army was gifted with Aura Sight by an Asian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. The identity of this shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. You seem to have a veritable truth of uncommon knowledge. Is there aught you are withholding? Very well, at present the Heart of Salbeck itself is of greater moment. It is the creation of Athena's made during her time with the words of La Habrea. This predates even Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal that she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. She dubbed it Aura Sight, studying it with a fever unusual even for her. The eventful fruit of her efforts was a stringent crystal unlike aught we have ever seen, the Heart of Sebek. What is Aura Sight? We theorize that it came from beyond our star. Beyond that, not was ever known. Much later, we discovered that Aura Sight magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Aura Sight and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid bare. So that's what became of the Heart of Sebek? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of ether within was unlike anything I had observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected it to safeguard it myself. It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents, even were her memory stored within. I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with our own, she would be reborn. Ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. The embassary's judgment. La Habrea would discuss lingering questions of concerning Athena. I have told you all that I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sebek, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? During the fight with the ultimate weapon, in which you triumphed but failed to recover the heart. Yet according to your colleagues, there was another on the battlefield that day, an Asian. And this self-same Asian was later struck down at the location known as the Etherical Chemical Research Facility. I've heard the name and recently the site of Professor Conduit's disappearance. Indeed, he was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession, signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sebek, in which case it is of no consequence that Athena's awakening followed. But what reason would he have brought her back to life? Was his mind not his own? Yet more questions without answers. Though Athena's essence is that of the memory, her magics have not suffered for a lack of physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. If Oedipus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief, as well as you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambitions. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required, and it was long since turned to dust. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits Akane Themius. I fear we won't find him so cooperative as we accustomed to. We know not how vast the space between these gates may be, but somewhere lurks Athena with Oedipus leashed at her side. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only to break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I would ask you to do the same with Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be our enemy. With Eric's perspective as sentimental one, Oedipus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Odysseus broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the influence of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Oedipus' mind. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhibits a vessel with which you meet in battle, I am certain it is not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You had best act quickly.
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation. I have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Enlightened. My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume? Judged worthy to exist. These magics are not for you to Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will you be judged worthy to exist? Now, take your measure. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics manifest the desires of their victims at the expense of aught else, but I'd never guessed what desires of mine she could explode. Since the moment we met, I made my plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. What is this? Free, I am no longer needed. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could ever ask for. We need you, Themis. This warmth, your ether. You've grasped the frowned strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. I am Eletibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Eric and La Habrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Themis, it's good to see you. I knew Akane would guide you to our side once again. I'm grateful she had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manner. Athena hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answers for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course, as I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Akane knows well, the man by the name of Claudian. By the twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. The creation of a person requires not just the body and soul or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon the drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she has turned her sights towards Akane. Her uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. By scrutinizing her feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secrets of Akane's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the accumulation of her research be at hand. We have to save Claudian. An atrocious task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. We still don't know why she chose Claudian. That makes him more suited than anyone else. Although I've never spoke with Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Erictios. Why would she? It's as I thought. A mother's touch. La Habrea would discuss the plans to bring about Athena's end. Nemios, you may have just landed us the key to rescuing Claudian. What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable as Eletibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Akane, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate and the fate of many more besides squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. God or no, I shall cast her down. If you have faith in your victory, then so do I. And we all appreciate Akane's willingness to fling herself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Akane. You must focus entirely on your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. Let us trust in La Habrea and prepare for the battle to come. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never rediscovered the aura site, never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? I've asked myself the same questions with no answer, I fear. But let us put them out of our mind. There is something we must discuss, and I would do so not as La Brea, but as a father to his son.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
Countless years have waited within this stifling crystal, and now, when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Your dream is not but selfish ambitions. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena, at the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she works against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. However, unlike you, Eric, you were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a thesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Unrefutable proof. My theory was that any true God would see us as we are, imperfect. She would bring out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards, that it might shine brighter than any of you. You would destroy the lives already upon it. In that, I am no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we fraught? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The Auror's sight made sure thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. What right have you to pass judgment? You are but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends here. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Eric, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and assured that you would feel a calling affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magics, ever hopeless, clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you. I still feel the sting of it, but the pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. As stubborn as you are witless. If this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. She will do no such thing. Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memory seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know, but I can arouse his soul, and perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life, others have looked down upon me, and I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I found it. This decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. Eric, do not dare. No, stop this. Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own. And I have found my true family. My power wanes. This vessel rejects me. What's happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandemonium together, and now it crumbles. Though little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Akane's final resting place. Of all my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing, that you would be even capable of defying me. Is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as evil you've wrought collapses, burying under its weight. How disappointing, truly useless to the end. And who made me that way? Though Eric has not but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. But he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there are no further disturbance in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer. Guide by the path. La Habrea watches over Claudian with concern. It seems we can do naught but wait. Hey, Lander. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While our colleagues Nimiji has enlightened us of the historical events which led to this error, she lets slip the name of one Asians, La Habrea. Although she knew of the figure only by her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the heart of Selbek to sow chaos throughout your world, and I would be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. Are you the one president who has met with the Asians in question? So I would ask you directly. Are he and I one of the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? You are him. I see. If you say it's so, then there is no reason to disbelieve it. These Asians, or paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the Shunder worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, and I still find it difficult to comprehend the depths of which they were willing to sink. To choose the path of evil for all for the sake of the star. I admit 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Selbek as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, remaining blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. It appears that Claudian has awakened. Akane, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. And you were there too. La Habrea, Eric's memories of you dwell within me still. Though unyielding, disciplined, you hope to forge a son equal to yourself, but the crucible you placed him in left scars which were off the heel. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty, at the least I will hear no more. Though you may possess Eric's memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you may become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy. An enemy does not deserve sympathy. Of course, I would never condone the actions of an Asian, but you are not him. You are La Habrea of the Convocation. You dare know no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that, you deserve the utmost praise and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandemonium is yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who set the very first wheels in motion. There is but one place to find these answers: the past. However, I must insist that you keep silent of Athena's fates. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Now that I have said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. These Zobia memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay longer to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Habrea's words, yes? While Themesians himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have a unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Akane, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. I'm looking for answers. How neatly you have scooped your motives. Do as you will, then. She has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We braved Pandemonium together. Why not at least share with her our progress? I have relinquished control of Pandemonium the La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now with such authority resides in his rightful hands. With La Habrea's helps, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemathos. Thus, we were able to restore Hemogen's mind and body. Yet there is still much work to be done, damage to repair, keywords to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the paths may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it did before. Indeed, before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. One concerns Pandemonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me delay, and I have chosen my course. These concerns may be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burden with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost begets release. I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere no matter what may happen. Stay here. This will be over soon. Why did you call me here, Master La Habrea? There is much to be done if the warders are to be free. You have served Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior keyword, now that Odysseus is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear, one concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required moving part of my soul. Necessary sacrifice, one which came at no small cost of my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Habrea. I can never hope to wield the same magics as Hephaestus used to bind the wardens' minds, let alone break their shackles. The tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into Hephaestus, absolute control over his mind was essential. As you well know, the magic used to achieve such domain exploits strong emotion within the victim's heart. In case Haristo and Neches, their respect for me. Upon slipping this bond, Hephaestus took steps through Pandemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, keywards and warders alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before that, regardless of Hephaestus' power. He could not have won freedom on his own. For long days and nights I pondered who might have released them. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long ago when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hemug, no one would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandemonium. But you do not believe I am one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision of pandemonium, but Athena's. Master Lahabre, whatever has spurned this sudden accusations, I assure you there is proper explanation. What are you doing, Lahabrea? Do not approach. As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to the decision, one which made with best interests of our star in mind. In order to bring a better future, I require the strength I have lost. I must embrace these egregious memories. Mark well this sight, engrave it upon your very soul. You now bear witness to the true Lahabrea. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer I see. She may yet harbor ill towards me, but that is a risk I'm willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow pandemonium to divert my focus. Yimamong, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other than more suited to oversee this prison, none other who will take such pride in their duty. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of keyword? I require your talents, as I require Hephaestos. The past is of no consequence. Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. Labre himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only for the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. And should his conviction ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Good. If this is the chosen path he walks, then I shall walk it with him. I'll allow my bond to fray no further. As his son, I shall support him in his days ahead. I would not ask you to say the same, Akane. You and I stand on peaks separate from vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. And never shall one give away to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider any debts between us to be void. Before you leave, mark these words. Well, these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable and yield before no obstacle. walk your path with the same conviction. There you are, Akane. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed of all that happened while I was held prisoner. This stone shone light upon a number of questions that were nagging at my conscience, namely those concerning the ethereal signatures emanating from the LZL. Doubtless its sources was Athena reaching out as far as she could for her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Eric's place, grasping for the body of his soul resides in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Eric's soul into a subtle ways. Perhaps the ethereal resonation was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Eric's exposure to Athena's voice as well, doubtless the choice to venture forth to Azina El was of his own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encouraged such recklessness usually, although the choice was not entirely my own. I shall still ashamed for my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. The voice in the crystal belongs to the person from which your soul originated. Well, not even the most brilliant researcher could have come to that conclusion. Your assurance means more than you know, thank you. On one final matter, it concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure into motion. Perhaps, sparks by recent events and the new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, it may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. For some time, the question of why Lahabre and Eric would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Eric's memories and such magical talents are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for all of us to behold. Shall we witness it together? I leave this memory from you, the future of our star. The final days have come and is certain, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair is not yet won over. La Habreas and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus Themis has already offered to give his lives to our salvation. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandemonium within our confines, our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. If Pandemonium cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themius and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, the responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead coincide to the Eternal's vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days will take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That is why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift into the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandemonium from both my father and I shall bear this warning to the future, even if I cannot. I'm imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandemonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another woman with my dear friend will come along. One with the almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where she is now, how many souls she has saved, and how many beasts she has slain since we last met. Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Akani, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandemonium. Please make haste, I repeat. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me, and now we come to this. It survived. Yes, the heart is Sebek. The ties bound to Athena's memory and memories to my body, no doubt, and when I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No traces remain of Athena. However, its power as an Auracite yet remains, and it may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. I shall take my leave, and on behalf of my colleagues, nigh the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness.
I see. Then Hephaestos' story has been laid bare. As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper. Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel. You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way, or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile, and I am unburdened by regret. That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other. How fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep. The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path, look, the light.
Welcome back, Akane. I hope you said your farewells at Theseus for me. The recent events have given not only new focus to my research, but also insight into my own origins. 'Tis truly a gift I could never have hoped to repay. As La Habrea said, I am not Eric, yet I bear part of him inside me. I shall do what I can to follow traces he has left behind in present day. A spark has been struck in my mind, and I am ready to pursue my research with a fever like of which I had not had since my youth. Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead when that time comes. I only hope that you will once again lend me your strength counsel, your sound counsel. Until then, fare thee well. There you are, Akane. 'Tis would seem we're early. My apologies for the wait. Rambros, what a pleasure to see you again. How you been? Pleasure is all mine, my friend. I've been well. Glad me to see you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered a phantom realm. Phantom realm, so this is what you mean by uncharted territory? You're not familiar, perhaps unsurprising given that it's lesser known legend. This legend holds that across the Rosia there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. While it has featured in myth since ancient times, the realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldomly mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of occasional sightings, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. Then you yourself should reach out to us. Is it real then? When the first explorer in question approached us, we doubt him, but we couldn't doubt the existence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see yourself. Good gods, part of me is still struggling to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice to say, we are eager to see the realm too. The truth awaits us. I pray you will succeed in finding it. Seek out the explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us and should be willing to serve as your guide. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He will be somewhere near the banks of Silver Tear Lake, I expect. Understood. Our thanks, Rambros. Come, let's split up and look for our explorer. The explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. The explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. It seems a small Oopa. You see a small Oopa Oopa. It couldn't possibly be the explorer, could it? Just in case you were entertaining the thought, Akana, that Oopa Oopa isn't our explorer. I have the man in question here with me. I am Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Curious about this creature, are you? I found him injured during one of my journeys and tended him. Since then, he has taken to following me around. He's exquisite but otherwise harmless, so pray him no mind. You are a hero to deliver our star from doom, are you not? What good fortune that What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend her aid. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept your commission, but before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course, I'll show you the entrance at once. The gate to the realm, long dreamed by explorers. What are you? Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one of us thus to walk on upon water. Are you sure it's safe? Yeah, it's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come. By the 12. You truly can walk here. What magic is this? And by what means is it perpetrated? Forgive me. Let us continue on. This is the Phantom Realm. To think that the entrance would lie over Silver Tier Lake. There's nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells all appear as they should in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm, the Ampathos. Epihalos. The Ampathos you said this place is called? The name of my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it by. At least you wonder the word means navel in ancient tongue and allusion to Duamar's location in the heart of Aldenar. As you can see, there is a man-made structures and this place appears well kept. Yet there isn't a single soul in evidence. It is my hope that you will help me shed light upon this realm to learn who created it and to what end. I should also like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply chance that it kept it hidden or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. A stone monument has been erected here, by whose hand you cannot say, but the motifs that wrought its base appear familiar. In the distance, you see what appears to be the Crystal Tower. Though the clouds make it difficult to see, sure, it would seem that you are in the sky above Silver Tier Lake. No such isle could be seen from the outside, however. A number of structures such as this can be viewed in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? The architecture is unlike anything in Erosia. Truly exquisite stuff. Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We had only a cursory glance, but this place is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rises beyond the clouds. That is most certainly the Crystal Tower. By judging by its aspect, we are considerably distant above Silver Tier Lake, which would suppose the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if this isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the battle of Silver Tier skies unscathed. Which is to say, we are in Mordenal, yet we are not. 'Tis as we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. This place is an apt way of putting it. Where else you'd notice? Aye, the motifs upon yon structures are unmistakably the marks of the 12. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? I cannot think of any who could possibly build such a grand premise. Never mind magically conceal it, at least not in the wakes of the Battle of Silver Tier Skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed. The realm of the gods. Garati is pondering how best to proceed. Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance, a thorough investigation. For this, we require some manpower, supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative Corral and make the necessary arrangements or formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado, let us return to Charlene. Hold, mortals. You profane this sacred realm with your very presence and must answer for your inverence. I am Beathgrot, the Builder. Beathgrot, the 12 are real? Let there be no doubt, we are no Silicon born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. In Heidendel's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers, its will. Closely have we watched mankind. And as we determined that you, Champion Heidendel, pose a threat to our ascension. You were foolish to wander into our realm. We could destroy you with ease here and now, but as the divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbearance. There is but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Here, let there be a trial. While the mortal would invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with a diversion. What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims? Protest if you will, but the mortal logic means not the gods. You will abide by our laws. Lo, the gateway to the sacrums lies open. Show us the strength of mankind. Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. If man would remain master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Improve your worthiness. Seven hells. During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods. And by their own admissions, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 have long been revered and worshipped in Erosia, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. So their being to suddenly reveal themselves when we just here claim supremacy over the star to challenge Akane for a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Fair enough. Yet as it stands, it seems we cannot dismiss the threat either. Whatever they are issuing a challenge, and then a challenge accepted. Dependable as ever, my friend. In any event, if there's a being seek dominion over the star, as they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice to say, you are with me. Then the students of Belcian will officially tend to the situation. Aye, in contrast to studying the star's mysteries, we have undertaken to dealing with any threat that may arise. This is no different. Right. Let us deliberate a course of action. Derek, know you ought these being structures? Aye, they are the domains in the Phantom Realm that lies beyond each gate. I've explored them all. Perhaps due to the etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when ordinary one cannot. This would seem the way has been open for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. But I am a humble explorer and cannot content with gods. But if you would be willing to protect me, I will serve as your guide. Assemble your comrades, Vigrat bade us. As strong as I know you are, we know little and far less of our foes, neither their strengths nor their true nature. His would be decidedly reckless to contend with them unprepared. As much as I would like to accompany you, I shall do my efforts the best. I shall do what efforts us the best at a chance of victory. While you were set forth to answer the God's challenge, I will work behind the scenes in capacity of as a student. For one, it would behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin by appraising Corel the situation. By us utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trial awaits. Thanks for the heads up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Do 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 do. Hey, Pinhead.
So, you are resolved to face me. Come, children of man. Bend the knee. Tremble before my Behold the first lofty of the builder. To me, O Hammer Divine. Clearly fight! Fight my foe!
The builder has been made to yield. Intriguing. Then the destroyer shall take your measure. After you have revived my servant with some sport.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest. Show me the strength of mankind. Upon the ground.
Thank you for the gift of sub, Daedalus. Thank you.
Come, mortals. Enter my realm, if you dare. will be scoured by the light of the sun.
I am Null, Keeper of the Realm of the Living.
I am Thor, Keeper of the Realm of the Dead. Prepare to be judged, children of man. the abyss consume all. You have been found worthy.
You're safe, thank goodness. I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is it true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared? You defeated them all. Incredible. I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm nonetheless impressed of you. God, seldom have I felt such exhilaration. To think that the day would come that we would put on an act for men. I say, Bagrath, you played the villain role to perfection. Come now, Master. I merely did what was necessary to compile the mortals to confront us. Stein, it pains me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly. So you say, Azima, yet you seemed happy enough to fight them. You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I'd hope. Well, I couldn't help but be excited. And do not tell me you felt differently. Considering yourself fortunate, children, 'tis rare indeed to see Nadal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee, or perhaps were resummoned? Put up your weapons. You have not to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of ether, nor do we take men into our thrall. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Lucia called forth to protect the realm. That was not us, but a primal born of our fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored, and its aftermath was a direct testament to the powers of your hopes. If you aren't primals, then what are you? Just as man harbors hopes, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. 'Tis was deceitful conduct unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize not only for that, but for the use of my power to do harm besides. These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. 'Tis not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination, but if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you seek. You will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides. You will learn the very truth of our existence. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge of us, and when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. As if hearing about the Battle of the 12 wasn't shocking enough, to have them appear before my very eyes, suffice to say, it's been an interesting day. Which much about them remains shrouded in mystery. At least they seem open to reason. In considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed account of them. Right after I have word with our client, that is. Please give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. Divine dilemma. Corral wishes to take stock of the situation. Greetings, I'm Corral, the students of the students of Basian. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought the aid in investigating this place? Hi, I'm Derek, and this here is a baby Oopa Oopa. Yes, I can see it. Does it have a name? None that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. I see. That's very considerate of you. So I understand you explored the various Phantom Realms with Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? So while the gods test you, surely you did not sense any malicious intent. As Bergoth said, they wish to do battle with us, but 'tis would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much more about this is perplexed, mayhap 'tis safe to assume that they are not primals. As you may recall, Livingway once told us the act of summoning as taught by the Asians incorporated the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's being. Thus do the remnant primals seek to thrall worshippers who in turn seek to grow their ranks. But these beings appear to harbor no such desires. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose that they were created in antiquity in like manners to hide and all, but there is no way to prove it. Who could they possibly be, and who do they desire to battle with man? And why do they desire to battle with man? Even of your little Erosia, you know precious little the true identities of the 12, for instance. Himself did say that, didn't he? But which we may assume he knew the truth and challenge you to seek it out too. Suffice to say, you'll do it, of course. Insofar as we are certain, this is a matter in which implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Basian formally accept the commission. Will you investigate the Phantom Realm and the beings who call themselves the 12? I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado, I will take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. Then, with your permission, I will take myself around Erosia and investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Akane, Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? By all means, in which case. Could you stay here with Corel, my friend? I wouldn't do to fair leave a maiden alone. Yeah, I should be glad for the company. Take care then and good luck. So, to explain my plan, 'tis believed that the 12 have already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era when the Allegan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of Magi took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to the present day in Erosia with some notable regional differences. For instance, Ishgardians hold Halonil as absolute, while Charlene enjoys a moderate relationship with Thalaka. By visiting various locations in Erosia and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encountered. In doing so, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Raglar's Reach. The place is a holy ground for the worshippers of the Destroyer and promises to yield useful details. Have a good night, Breezy. There you are, Akane. This place served as base of operations for your investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I have dreamed for a long time. There's nothing like traveling with good friends. Is that so? What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? My wandering, I prefer my solitude. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I have been here before on the trail for the Phantom Rim. Now that I think on it, more often than not, those places where the Phantom Realm sites are known to occur have tradition of 12 worshippers. Then I dare hope that we are on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Regular's Reach is home to the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Reglar. Raised by the Mad King Leodric, the temple laid abandoned before Alamagane's resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of local faith. Let's split up and make our inquiries and reconvene here afterwards to share our findings. You read the words inscribed on the monument. A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no one's soul doubts lies beyond the measure of his reach. Once upon a time, Lise explained to you their meaning, that we must prepare ourselves for strife and sorrow that will inevitably come. Oh, it's you, Akane. Is this man perchance a friend of yours? When last he visited, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journey, and what amazing tales they were. If you have time, I'd love to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some of a haste. We're investigating the worshipper of Swagar and seek literature on the subject, religious texts and the likes. Can you say, can there still be found here? Just about all is gone. Sadly gone by the Empire, if not the Mad King before that. But we haven't lost everything. The mighty image of the Destroyer, the tales we share at the campfire, that like the legends of our nation's founding. We still have these. They were our source of great comfort and strength of us in our darkest moments. See, if you don't mind, I would be obliged to hear your stories this time. Akane, rest assured, I have this well in hand. Feel free to carry on as you were. I used my Switch on the metro today and no one sat next to me. I count that as a W. Have you ever had the feeling that some people avoid you because you're a foreigner? I hear some people talk about that sometimes. Yes, if you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone at any moment now. Forgive me my delay. Why, if it isn't the adventurer who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist, are you studying monks too, perchance? If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. Fewer things are finer than joining heads with like-minded folks. Researching the worship of the destroyers, you say. Why didn't you mention it sooner? This is a copy of Destructivity of Scripture, the Fist of Regar. The original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's razings and was recovered by a monk named Whitegale. When I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she doesn't need it, so I will offer it to you instead. At least you forget this is your passion, not mine. I'm simply assisting you as a favor, and I think you not put us in danger. But danger is incredible is crucible in which monks temper body and mind, so sublime monks. Well, we had best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. Yeah, old people are usually ones to hold on to the old ways the longest. They'll come around or get left behind. Akane, what were you able to learn? A copy of one of the scriptures, you say, a moment while I skimp over it. I see, this chapter appears to be a record of construction of the great image of Lagar, written in a style that suggests his folklore was committed to parsing. When you deluge the sixth umbral calamity threatened Erosia, the ancestors of Al-Magain, which guide the safety by a comet. Believing that it was sent by Lagar, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I have been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who follow the comet, some claim to have been caught sight of Regar himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and the worshippers of the Destroyer pieced them together to give shape to your Yonder statue. I must say it bears more than a passing resemblance to that being we encountered. With the Regar in his prime, examples of similarities would be simple. That is, the statue gives rise to an ununified interpretation of Regar's appearance, which in turn lends form to the primal. However, it fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. If the sculpture is to be believed, it was sightings during the sixth umbral calamity, yet for those witnesses to be able to recognize Regar, they would have needed to agree upon the idea of his image, his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of the 12 worshippers that is already exist in the third astral era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities exist even prior to that. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they primals born of them? I thought we had made it clear we are not summoning beings. Since time immemorial, our domain is laid scattered across Erosia. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. 'Tis not unusual for mortals to glimpse us. That voice, could they be? Indeed, I am Boget, the hawk speaking of his regard. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. We thus disguise ourselves when we wish to observe the world without, for being seen in our true forms would violate our laws of conduct. Yet, though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling them in illusions, rent are known to manifest when the surrounding ether is unstable. In such times, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inveterably catch sight of us. Of course, during the umbral calamity, ether imbalance occurred on a star-wide scale, the ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm. Precisely how many times we have seen it, we ourselves have no way of knowing, but this is a sound assumption to make. Well, begod, I believe that much shall suffice by the way of an apology for our deception, shall we? Indeed, this is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of man. Aside from their recency where it conceals their identities and objectives, these divinities are certainly approachable. If what they say is true, their worship can be traced back to their sightings. It would serve to explain one thing. According to my research in the field of comparative mythology, Regard is often observed to bear many similarities to Ramen. Assuming both were inspired by Regard of the Phantom Realm, their divergence may be attributed to the difference in culture between man and Snith. So you believe that they gave rise to the prevailing faith of Erosia? Given available evidence, yes, I'm inclined to. Yet none of this explains their presence and when did beings such a power come into existence. Oh, it's you, Corel. Has something happened? Truly? Very well, I should take care of it. Corel has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation and authority on mythology. I must go and receive her at the Sunken Temple of Quan, where she is currently conducting field work. After a brief detour to prepare a little something. Conveniently, Thananel is home to countless Abadhirans and Nadanels. While I tend to business, may I ask you two to make our acquaintance in Yulda? Very well. Excellent. I'll join you as soon as I am able, by your leave. So, it is to be just you and me and Yulda. I suppose it can't be helped. A face of an explorer, apprehensive is written plain upon Derek's face. What a strange manner for one to propose the survey to so promptly abandon it. I'll not lie. I'm not given to working one-on-one with another. I suppose I agree to this arrangement. Well, we best be on our way. As I recall, Sancreum is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at the Azrael Ulcer. I have no objection to traveling separately, I trust. Good. I shall see you in Yulda. But the recent news of foreigner getting attacked by at their workplace for not calling themselves stupid. I'm gonna pin that on related to pride. Like a pride-related attack. Because why else would you call someone else stupid? You held yourself in a higher position. It's also that pride that's being their own downfall. A lot of the self-destruction qualities that are coming from their countries is coming from their pride. Ah, there you are. Of the Devon twins and Nadal, they worship Don, the one who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nal keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many locations and religious organizations. Some extremely wealthy and powerful exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Yulda could be home to such a spiritual people, but it is actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in a sense, commerce. In any event, Naldal is truly an unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than the two distinct entities that which we encounter was a single being possessed of two personalities. Did I just mishear? Did he say that he encountered Nathal? While his appearance differs somewhat of the divinity's worship, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. Perhaps you should avoid talking about that here. Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let's continue it elsewhere. This was careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with the divinity within a place where he is worshipped. Hereon I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretions and ask that you keep it between us. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, through Nadal as worshipped by men appears somewhat different. There are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this to Garati. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Sunken Temple. He mentioned needing to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, 'tis better to use our precious time productively. Wouldn't you agree? Then let us head to the Sunken Temple in Quarn at once. No. You here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed and thought I could see... Though I can see no obvious injuries by her attire, she appears to be in some manner of a scholar. Water, food in my bag, please. Akane, I see Akane. May I trouble you to find her bag? I will stand on lookout in the meantime. Examine the bag and find a skin of water left, but there appears to be no provisions. For now, you decided to take the water to the woman. So thirsty, so hungry. Not enough food. I need food. You have not saved dried meat, tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Derek, Akane, what are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Steady, Shonogami. I brought you Arkalof bread and coffee, made sweet with cream, just like you like it. I'm reborn, washed down with a sweet beverage. Life gives giving nutrients of Arkalof bread permeates my being from head to toe. Thank you, kind stranger. However, you knew my preferred source of substance. You are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Gaara. What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my field work. It's for my research into the Baldus worshippers of Alzamia, you see. Haven't you heard from Corral? The students are presently investigating the 12, and we would prevail upon your expertise. May I introduce Shonagimi, expert mythologist. She is a collaborator of the students and, like many Charlene scholars, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? The 12 abid in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows? Besides, incredible. In your description of their domain is a thunderous tower and a sweltering city in another, as precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire are depicted in legend. In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there exist the 7 heavens and 7 hells. Theoriologists have since established that departed souls enter the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. But more than that, I'm dying to know more, which is to say, please allow me to join your investigation. We would, of course. Welcome your presence without further ado. Then let us head to the Amphios. Corel awaits us there. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome. Shinigami, I'm glad you could join us. Kira, how delighted to see you again. I understand you've been doing a fine job leading the students. But I may say, what a lovely place this is. At glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legends, the seventh heaven. Oh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens, I take it those are their respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. For Shigami's benefits, let us review what we have learned thus far and hence deliberate the next step. The gods reappeared before us in Ragular's reach. Though they were disguised as unassuming creatures, their laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside their realm. Yet, in the event that abundant ether becomes unstable, such as during the umbral calamity, it's possible for the realm and indeed the gods themselves to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to various faiths practiced throughout Erosia. We have confirmed in Yuldal, Naldal's worshipped by the people, and the Naldal we encountered here have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring Aplathos, two things caught my attention. First is the gate which lies in the innermost area. With each of the other six lead to an elementary aspect of heaven, and we stand in the seventh heaven, as Shinigami says. What then lies beyond the last gate? The second is this monument. It harbors some manner of magic unlike anything I've seen before. It will endeavor to decipher it, but it will take some time. Divinities that have existed since time immemorial, who obeyed in domains resembling the heavens of legends. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle? Unless they favor us with more of their secrets, 'tis would seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much more lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. I am sure you'll agree, though, this is tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, I might suggest that we return to Revelant's Toll and have a rest before we embark on our next stage of our investigation. So rarely do I get to simply chat with colleagues. I had fairly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, it's quite fitting that we should be able to be doing so here at Seventh Heaven. Fitting, not an understatement if I've ever heard one. The seventh and highest of heavens, which rules over the remaining six right here in Yolnamar all this time. This isn't fitting, my friends. It's destiny. You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens, and if you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. Invested as they are in their research, it doesn't take much to stoke their passion. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I am admittedly not too familiar with such a living atmosphere, but I do not mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the sunken temple rather quickly. Did something happen? Well, as pleasant as it's been, it's past time we return to the annex. The paperwork for the commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. Then I shall take myself to Orpheus. There's so much there I'd like to see. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here. All right, do take care now. Hey, Axel, hello. Connie, it's pleasant, isn't it? The smell and sound of a tavern, it makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone to breathe the cold air, it's like that. I like that just as much. While we wait for development, I shall remain here in Revelance Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for helping us thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Return to the Phantom Realm. Derek betrays a gleaming in his eyes at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Akane. If you could come and ask about the developments in our Phantom Realm investigation, then your timing couldn't be better. A short while ago, I received word from Galrati and Corel have completed their preparations for Charlene and are ready to resume fieldwork. Even as we speak, they make their ways Hilter. Let's wait for them together, shall we? Ah, there they are. Pant. What in heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvel to come out of Charlene. I give you the etheric analyzer. Holding it thus, you take measure of the ambient ether, whose wavelength is when recorded by the ethereal transcriber at the back. This provides us with detailed data on the environment which we can study at our leisure. As you know, the Phantom's realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggest to Corel that we record the data with proper equipment. Alas, said equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Rahad has done well to bring it here in one piece. And as expensive as it doubtless is, I hope we can return it in the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the form. In improving our investigation, they granted us the use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the form has faith in our endeavors. Thus did the approval notice declare, I'm proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Lions, yourself not of least. With that being said, we cannot depend on the form indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again, and it begins with our efforts in this investigation. The 12 are meant to be Erosia's guardian deities, yet they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? In treating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep Shilagami waiting. Without further ado, let us join her in the Athehelos. Welcome back. Well, now, if it isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of that. Indeed, we're dutifully grateful to the forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging around, but I've always wanted to try it. If you're ready, Raha, you may proceed with the measuring the ether of the Phantom Realm. Akane, please assist them, will you? In the meantime, I have the mind to examine further, to examine the monument with Shugim. How does that sound? Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbors some manner of magic, and this magic I've since found takes form of ethograph. By consulting experts in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Oh yes, the most startling discovery. That this epitaph is largely incomplete, so we cannot read it. And so you didn't make a discovery. But, but see, establishing that what one doesn't know is also an important step in research. For a blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can but fill in the missing information, it should be possible to make sense of it. But where do we even begin to look for such information? Why, we ask the gods themselves, of course. By giving them the battle they desire, we're doing them a favor, are we not? Then, being the case, I dare say they would grace us with their presence if called. Please come with me. Of the things I would ask them if they really did appear. Now, going by astrology, Heaven of Earth should be the next to open, and it just so happens I know the perfect incantation for this purpose. Open Montiel. It's a time-honored charm passed down in Grandidia, whose patron is Nabalik, one of the deities said to dwell in the earth of heaven. Come, everyone say it with me. What a delightful children you are. I too have desired to speak with you. By the 12, it's her. It's really her. She looks precisely as depicted in legend. Amazing. Tis an honor to meet you, Nafaisha. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about? You seek to decipher the monument, do you not? If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking the mystery. We would, of course, be much obliged to such a gift. Are you certain? The gods before we were not exactly forthcoming with your secrets. Closely have we watched you from your respective, our respective sanctums, watched as you faced us and pursued the truth with pure hearts in mind. In light of what we've seen, we have concluded thus. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid. Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant you yours. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children. The original plan was to visit the heavens of lightning and fire. But I believe all would agree that we should prioritize not Felicia's invitation. Well, Shani, your charm did the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond it is truth to the monument. I can scarcely wait to pour over the etheric data. Raha, Akane, I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, we may rely on your guidance once more. Now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, I would only be a burden. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for our friends, though, I trust. I'm glad I can join you this time, Akane. Cumbersome as I am with the analyzer, I fear I will not be able to assist in battle, but I shall do my part to secure the data we need. Ah, 30-minute wait. If we can queue into the next fight, we could potentially finish this today. It all depends on us being able to queue in. Well, we're 6-6 on healers. 3-3 on tanks. We just need damage dealers. Hopefully it pops soon. Hey, Kangaroo. I'm annoyed. How are you doing? All right, getting ready for work. Nice.
Promises we
At last, the time has come. Prove to me life's resolve. No true abundance. Feel you the heartbeat of the land. Mine is the breath of the earth. strong for what awaits.
By my authority, let the land be remade.
I thought at first that said European behemoth.
Forgive me, but I couldn't stay away.
It seems my sister shall be joining us.
Tis only fitting that we face you together.
Long have I awaited this moment.
This too is fate.
Upon the most exalted of battlefields you shall stand. Summon your courage and press on. I, the Fury, shall test your strength of spirit.
must be seized with one's own hands. Would that our clash could continue forever. Well, your next test awaits.
In the moon's tender glow. dreams may yet become reality. Thank you.
Thanks for the GGs. You're both safe, thank goodness. You have the data then. Wonderful, wonderful. I don't suppose I could do the honors and replace the transcriber's cartridge. I've always wanted to take a closer look. Take care of removing it. We don't want anything to happen to the data. Careful now. Come on me. All knowledge divine, come to me. What is that? It's all right. The cartridge is safe. Let's finish the task before there are any more surprises. You have our gratitude for bringing us closer to achieving our goal. Oh, Akamatzu must have always be so formal, although he has trouble expressing it. I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Why are you here, Nephilis? Have you not sufficiently amused yourself with the mortals? Not nearly. I would talk to them some more. Nafsa promised you the key to deciphering the monument, did she not? Yep, that's correct. Then you would do well to hold in your minds which harbors information. Come now, brother, you need to speak plainer than that. To clarify, we shall create the objects you need, but your assistance is required to give them form. Worry not. Appearances has no effect on function. Just try and imagine that which in your mind is used to hold information. There, these instruments shall be useful in your quest. Across the Rosia lies eternal stones that hold the information required to complete the words of the monument. By holding an instrument out to the stone, it will take that information onto itself. We scattered these stones across the realm that mortals would not uncover our secrets. Of late, however, 'tis would seem you have found alternative uses for them as objects of worship. Could they be the marks of 12? They are, aren't they? Oh, to think that they harbor information of the gods. It seems that we have our next destinations. Aside from the 3 city-states, I believe the marks are located in Corthius and Mordenal. I propose we split up, the quicker to finish the task. I wish to come too. No, Minfinia. Tis would not do to burden these children, so. After all this time, we finally have a chance to speak with mortals, to learn about them from up close, and we're not like to have another. I must say, I share Minfinia's view. Even you, Holon? I'd like to learn about you too. I believe I speak for all of us. By all means, let us travel together. Music to my ears. We shall watch over you and see that you safely reach your destinations. Without further ado then. Not so fast. Did you think that you could go frolicking without us? The others have our domain well in hand, so we are coming too. Well now, far be it for us to stop you. Let us assume our disguises too, and then each choose a mortal to accompany. Please let it be something inconspicuous. I believe my destination is Stananel. Then it is Los Enosia for Raha and the 12 Woods for Corel. Last but not least, Moradon and Corthius for Derek and Akane. Will you be alright, Corel? I shall be fine. You needn't worry. We abide by the god's selection, but why do you suppose the two of us were grouped together? Why? Because you have the most, you make the most unique pair, the god's fallen hero and the world-fearing adventurer. I shall relinquish the chance to learn about the both of you. Should relish. Now then, the others have already set foot, so let us do the same. Aside from our own marks, I believe we'll find those in Donegal, Holland, and more Denal and Corthius. Oh my, what an adorable creature. Delighted to meet you, little one. I assume you want to join us too? What an unusual company this has become. Gods truly know no ambitions. Forgive me, Akane, I couldn't have anticipated this turn of events. And heavenly company, Melfinia is fairly bouncing up and down in her eagerness to set forth. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us seek out the marks at once. Yes, yes, no need to be so hasty. Shall we then, Akane? The nearest mark is Thavakar just outside of Moldanar. If memory serves it overlooks the lake at the place called Routhfrost. Now then, we're to hold out an instrument to the stone. Would you care to do the honors, Akane? The instrument vibrates rapidly. Tis done. The information held in the stone has been enchanted. As Akan said, these stones are eternal. No matter their shape or location, their nature is unchanging. Together with the monuments and the operas, they have remained since time immemorial. 'Tis was love that men bear for us, and we for the stars that compelled us to create monuments in the stone. And though men do not know the truth of the stones, they offer them prayer. That act is a manifestation of our bond with us, while the stones are a manifestation of our bond with the star. And so, by praying to the stones, you effectively cultivate a bond between ourselves and us and the star. Delightful, is it not? Although we appreciate your eagerness to talk, perhaps we should save some of the conversations for the destinations to come. If we linger too long in one place, we're liable to be late to reconvene with the others. Then let us make for the central highlands of Corthius. Within the Fury's gaze, my own mark awaits. There it is, the Mark of Fury. It would not be burdened to... It wouldn't do you to burden your constantly. I shall extract the information this time. Looking back, Holland, you've grown noticeably more imposing in the past millennia. There are more statues in Heavens of Ice. Oh, but an idea occurred to me, Akane. This time I want you to share what you know about the worship of Holland. I dare say it'll be interesting to hear what mankind thinks of her from your perspective. You often hear his name invoked in battle. Ah, yes, ever did I feel people's fervent desire to be strong and that they might protect that which they hold dear. Well, how fascinating. 'Tis a fine thing indeed to hear directly from mortals. Still, as much as Holland loves her children, it troubles her to see them as them at war with dragons, to see those who share this star spill each other's blood. As you should well know, Malfinia, it isn't our place to judge the faith of mortals. Even when we lend them our aid, we must refrain from intervening in their affairs. Tis least there be any doubts mankind's faith is us and mankind alone. By your prayers, our forms are becoming that which they need to be. Apologies for the wait. Acquired the information you have. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next mine. As I recall, it lies in the steel vigil by the cliffs west of the entrance. Follow me. You're strong, aren't you? Grant me deliverance, I beg you. Judge me and show me the way. I just can't bear it anymore. What good is God? What good is a God I can't see? Or who won't grant me a feeble of succor no matter how much I pray? You mustn't seek in men what you seek in gods. Strong as she is but a mortal. Like you, she is made of flesh and blood and possessed of her own will. Nothing more, nothing less. It avails you not to raise others up while belittling yourself. You are your own person with the path of your own to walk. Even should you be taken by despair, that you are here now makes you no different than from this woman. You believe me when I say all will be well. Keep your faith in Mephinia and believe in her love and grace, and you will surely learn to love others as you will love yourself. Please forgive me for my unseemly outburst. I had been feeling lost, and all my anguish came spilling out. It was Mephinia herself who brought you here. I am certain of it. To encourage and guide me, taking your words to heart, I'll try to search for a new path. Should you feel lost again, take to the road. You see what's out there. Learn how to live. Learn how others live and think, and you are bound to find your way. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead, dear child. Did you say something? Unsoliciting though it was, I don't regret saying those words to him. He needed to hear them. But come, Connie, this time it's your turn to extract the information. The instrument vibrates rapidly. Forgive me, Akane. I fear I've caused you trouble. I'm relieved to know that you truly are strong in body and spirit both. Far be it for me to ask this of you, but please do not hold it against that child. We do not wish for our existence to bring grief to our children. Yet no matter which faith we are who we are because of those who believe in us. My hound is no exception. He was born when men came to worship the objects their ancestors cast unto the heavens. We are not all powerful. We can't grant all of mankind's wishes. Nonetheless, we always hear you. No hope is too small, no prayer too faint. I just wanted to make this clear, lest you forget. We love mankind dearly. Divine non-intervention. Something appears to weigh on Derek's mind. With this, we have completed our task and may return to Hollows. Yet, I cannot help but think about Corel. Girata seemed to be worried about it, or did he not? 'Tis was as if something weighed on her mind. Though she is in company of deities, I find myself worrying too. Whatever it is, there's only one way to find out. Yeah, I suppose so. If there's no objections, let us seek out Corel. She was headed to the 12's wood of Nafalik and Beagret, yes? They are presently too far away for us to sense, but we should be able to locate them once in the forest. I see. In that case, let us make for Grandunia. Have a good night, Snowy. So here we are in Grandunia. Can you sense laughter in the big rock? I do, but something is strange. Indeed, they appear to be in different places. Nopnos is near the nearer the two, and it is quite closer by. I shall go and find her. Wait, you mustn't go off on your own. Confound it all. After her, Kane. There she is. Well, now, I wasn't expecting seeing you all here. Is aught the matter? We suppose you're supposed to be with Corel and Beagret. Where are they? Oh, we became separated while I was distracted listening to the elementals. The beings are voices of those who call the woods homes. As I'm the patron of this land, they could not help but report to me. You guys can sense each other. Even should you become separated, shouldn't it be simple to find them again? Indeed, it seems you are keeping something from us, Nophius. Oh, Helen, there's simply no fooling you. Very well, I shall confess all. That child Corel wanted to visit our stones alone, you see, to complete her task without us watching over. We're merely respecting that wish. With her abilities, I do not believe she is in any danger, but the warrior that he is, Beagret decided to follow her discreetly. If this is her wish, then indeed we must obey it. As for Beagret, yes, I sense him in the place men called South Shroud. One of the stones is situated there, I believe, near Camp Tranquil. Let us search the area for Beagret. If we find him, we should find Corel as well. What brings you all here? We understand you've been following Corel. Where is she? Having acquired information from my stone, she now makes for alchemy. I keep my distance to avoid being seen, and I was going to continue on when you appeared. The alchemy stone is their last destination, is it not? Let us all go and meet her there. If everyone so wishes, then very well. To hasten our passage, I shall call upon Master Raglar's servants to bear the mortal. It seems we have to use these hawks. Let's see if we can spot Corel from above. I'll bring our companions, so don't need to worry about them. Are you ready, Akane? I must thank you, Akane. Talking to you helped me find the resolve to seek out Corel. No signs of her here. Let's continue to Alciner Stone. Well, no, I did. Did you come all this way just to check on me? I've been on edge, worried that I might stumble into Odin, so you gave me a bit of a fright. Naltinus tells us that you wish to travel alone. What prompted you to send the gods away? It's difficult to explain. I suppose I wanted to seek the answers in my own way. As the gods told us, if we wish to know the truth, we must discover it for ourselves. In spite of this, they've sent fit to not only send us on the right path, but to accompany us besides. This bequeaths the faith that they have in man's spirit in inquiring, and it gives me heart. After all, it's the self-same spirit that defines the student of Belsian. Like everyone, I want to uncover the truth of the 12 to know their aspirations and understand them. And having seen a dear friend embark on countless adventures, I've developed a desire to see and experience the world myself. There are dangers out there, of course, but I want to prove that I could handle them and perform my task. I see, indeed. As much as we learn from the others, there's no substitute for seeing with your own eyes. And in yours, I see the gleam of yearning for exploration and discovery. It reveals to me the love for your star, and it makes me glad. What is this all of a sudden? It's embarrassing when you say such things with a straight face. Right then, I have yet to acquire information here, so I'll tend to it at once. Perhaps you'll wait for me at the quarter mill? Let's wait for Corel here and Natsula at the Begansor with her, so we'll be fine. She'll be fine. Yeah, the first man at the maintenance mark and now Corel. In course of traveling with you and yours, it seems I'm inevitable to end up encroaching upon others' lives. Yes, yours as well, though nothing binds you to me. You follow me ever since I tended to your wounds. You're free to go anywhere you want, you know. A person's life belongs to that person alone. Others can't be expected to assume responsibility for it, and thus it's wrong to interfere. Alas, once I glimpse someone's heart, I find I can't avert my gaze. It truly is difficult to be amongst people. The secret of the 12. Derek passes a languished gaze to you and fro. It doesn't take too long to extract information. Corel should be here any moment now. Apologies for the wait. With that, I obtained information from all of my stones. You've taken care of yours already, yes? Thank you for worrying about me. While it's good to know that I can handle myself, it's heartening to be doing this with you all. I owe you thanks as well, Begotten Nelsali, for accepting my request with good grace. Yeah, think not of it. You did well to see your task through, little one. Indeed. Come, let us all return to Nauthilos. Oh, you took your time, Akane. Did something happen? Oh, so you rendezvoused with Corel. How was the experience with the gods, if I may ask? Not only did you help a disillusionary man find his way, you look into on Corel besides. Thank you, Akane, and you as well, Derek. I fear I overstepped my bounds, but what's done is done. We shall return to our sanctums. You have our gratitude for the delightful time. By holding our instruments out to the monument, you will be able to augment the missing information. Be well, dear children. Shall we then? Amazing. What was impossible to decipher is now crystal bare. Without further ado, I shall read out the effigy. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yoke herein, and least we stray from our purpose. He who names Bothnia shall preside over construction, his duty to fortify the works of men and encourage them to build. He who is named Ragalar shall preside over destruction, his duty to galvanize the star's beating heart and facilitate mankind rejuvenation. She who is named Azima shall preside over the sun, her duty to nurture its life-giving light and illuminate truth for all to see. He who is named Naldal shall preside over his subterranean, his duty to make glean the riches hidden in the darkest depths and in men themselves. She who is named Nalsha shall preside over fertility, her duty is to fill the land with life, perhaps a path for peace and plenty. He who is named Aldrich shall preside over space and time, his duty to endow the stars with material vigor, and mankind's march may never cease. She whose name Helena shall preside over the glaciers, her duty to hold the melting ice at bay and imbue men with constant consistency and tranquility. And she who is named Melphinia shall preside over the moon, her duty to perpetuate the turning of night and day and foster love in the hearts of all. He who is named Thalaka shall preside over the rivers. His duty is to quench the thirst of men and water their minds with wisdom. And she whose name is Nelmia shall preside over the stars. Her duty is to preserve the celestial fabrics of season and weave the threads of man's heart, or man's lives. She who is named Lamsia shall preside over the seas. Her duty is to administer the tides and inspire men to come together as one and seek new horizons. And he who is named Oskan shall preside over the mountains. His duty is to abstain beneath the breath to firmament and wandering share in men's solitude. He who is unnamed shall watch unflinching, his duty to stand guard over his charge, always until the end. This epitaph concludes, we've been given quite a lot to ponder. Hopes and prayers influence their nature. Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph, Akane? The prayers of her faithful made Helena more imposing. You mean to say that prayers have changed the 12 into their present forms? That is rather hard to believe. Given what we know about dynamics, I believe it's entirely possible. In the presence of that energy, hopes and prayers have more tangible results than one might expect. Its power may be cubed upon our star, but over thousands of years of worship, it could have influenced the gods in various ways. Ways such as which Akane just described for one. Others that come to mind are Helena's shield and spear, which reflects her status as the goddess of war. Naltherin's spinning wheel, which is apparatus for the goddess of fate. Thus did they create monuments, this yoke, that they might never lose sight of their duty, no matter how much they may change. I'm inclined to agree with Raha. The gods wrote that endure by will of the star. Who that refers to, we all know too well. Heidenal. By shundering the reality, she must have known that she would have shaken the very foundation of existence. Anticipating the potential crisis, I suspect she charged her collaborators with maintaining stability. If this is true, then might not the 13th unnamed be the watcher on the moon? The pieces fall into place. I wonder if he would be willing to share what he knows. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods. As there's no telling what may happen once we fight them all, I believe we should try to uncover as much of the truth as we can. The better to know how to proceed. To that end, Urk, we seek out the Watcher. Raha and I shall return to Charlotte to compile our findings. The data from the analyzer, not at least of all. To think that the investigation might lead us to the moon, I eagerly look forward to the next stage of our field work. Akane, like as not, yet more grueling encounters with gods await. You should rest up and gather your strength. Not long now, we arrive at the truth. For the longest, I've journeyed alone, not involving myself in the affairs of others. But I've enjoyed our time together. You've undertaken the investigation with all earnest, and it has been a pleasure to be a part of it. When I imagine the moment we must part ways, I can't help but be sad, and it's surprising to me that I feel that way. Forgive me, I mean not to wax sentimental. If you'll excuse me, I shall head outside for some fresh air. And there he goes again. Akane, do you suppose you could follow him after him? I can't quite say for sure, but I feel though he suddenly vanished one day. He'll suddenly vanish one day and never return. Oh, 'tis you, Akane. What is it? Oh, she's worried that I'll vanish, you say. Well, as the saying goes, all things must come to an end, whether we will it or not. When our work is finished, we must go our separate ways. Doing so will sadden me, as you know. Yet that sadness is part of the joy I have derived from our companionship. So I will accept it when the time comes and strive with you to the last. Okay. As you know, my friend, I would rather you live your own life, but having helped you, I won't send you away against your will. Well, you're a busy woman, so I won't keep you. As before, rest assured I'll share with you any tidings I receive from Corel. Take care, my friend. See you again in due course. The heart of the myth. Derek is awaiting the word from Corel. Oh, Akane, 'tis good for you to come. I'm afraid that this is still no word from Corel or Galrati. They're working as fast as they can to compile the findings of our investigation, I shouldn't doubt. But between the Phantom Realm and etherical data and the Monument Ethigrift, they have much more to review. Now, while we wait for developments, I have mind to pay Somology a visit in the Alpha Halos. If you aren't otherwise occupied, you should come too. Oh, if it isn't Akane and Derek. But no Corel or Raha, I see. Unfortunately, speaking of whom, would you not prefer with them in Charlotte? You're a researcher too, after all. I find myself more effective in the field. Being here gives me inspiration, you see, and of late I've been mulling over the open words of the epigraph. As beings who endure the will of the star, we are susceptible to influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yoke here within, lest we stray from our purpose. The suggestion that faith has shaped the nature of the 12 paints a truly intriguing picture. If truth be told, I was hoping that I might speak with the gods again. But they haven't graced us since the time we saw the mystery of the monument. They only do so on exceptional occasions, it seems. Be that as it may, I believe there might be another way to see them. When we journey with the gods, Azim told me that each of them wished to speak with you in private, you, Akane. If you were to call to them from the before their heavens, I have a feeling they will answer. So why don't you give it a try, and afterwards let us know what they say. Oh, well, for one, see no harm in it. But if you are disinclined, do not feel pressured. It is entirely your decision. You now have the opportunity to speak with the 12 whom have you encountered thus far. Doing so, they'll call them before the entrance of their respective havens. You may advance the quest at any time by speaking with Derek. Spoke to your satisfaction, have you? Then let's wait for Corel and Galrati together. Still no sign of them. Ah, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. As an adventurer, you're better traveled than most. Of the places you've been, what kind do you like the best? Nature envoys unspoiled by man. Oh, so you too enjoy amidst nature. It gladdens me to know that we have that in common. I'm myself partial to wandering Erosia, so rich in ether this land and possessed of so many aspects. 'Tis was when I was traveling along the 12's Wood that I encountered this fellow. I knew not how he could be injured alone, and I couldn't turn a blind eye. He has long since recovered, and I probably should have returned him to his forest home. But when I see him here, undoubted in the presence of gods, I can't help but feel 'tis fate that delivered him to me. Still, the day will come when we must go our separate ways. They're finally here, everyone. Welcome back. How fared your work? It took longer than we anticipated, but we managed to compile our findings and hence deliberated a course of action. Indeed, hereon we would do well to tread with caution. The waveforms we've recovered from the etherical analyzer reveals an unsettling occurrence. In the course of fighting, the gods expend a tremendous amount of their ether, so much to dilute their very existence. Lest you worry, you've done no wrong, Akane. The gods themselves wish to fight you after all. That being said, we should avoid further engaging in further battles until we learn more about their true objective. To that end, we will seek out the 13th unnamed being whose duty is to watch unflinching. If Raha is correct, we have no reason to believe otherwise. Said being is the watcher on the moon. You'll be pleased to know I've already acquired permission to use the Tower of Babel from the Enzigard contingent to oversee the structures with the Garlean people's leave. We're going then to the moon? Huzzah. Yeah, I wonder what the Watcher is like. If there are no other matters, then let us set foot at once. If you still wish to speak with gods, best seek them out now. They may not be there later. Hey Ram, hello. Greetings, High Noodles champions. You are ever welcome here, as your companions. Tis a pleasure to meet you, Watcher. We've come hoping that you would answer some questions for us, questions about Heidenal. We have deciphered the monument at the heart of the Phantom Realm in addition to the names and duties of the 12. It speaks of one who is unnamed, who watches unflinching. Are we assuming that individual is you? The 12 have existed for eras. If you know aught about them, will you not share your knowledge with us? They have desired which they claim can only be fulfilled through battle with mankind. We wish to understand what that is. Please. So man has managed to come this far. Very well, you've earned the right to know. Remember, however, that I am but a creation. Though I have been imbued with some memories of the past, they are far from complete. First of all, I am indeed the unnamed being the monument describes. An entity created by Heidendal to serve a purpose alongside the 12. Together, they were the charged with preserving equilibrium on a shunder and unstable star. Like myself, they were given a shape from people who once exist. And like myself, they believed that the world should be entrusted to the new life that had emerged. While I do not possess detailed memories of that time, Venant select those she deemed best suited for their selective duties. That would explain why the 12 appear to have personalities like mortals. The men and women they once were influenced their personalities, yes, but so too did the faith of mortals. Knowing or no, when men pray, the object of their worship to assume the form, they can better grant them their heart's desire. In this manner have the 12 been shaped over eons into images that fit men's ideals. So you were right, Raha. The hopes and prayers have power to influence the gods. Yet even as they thus changed, as Venant's behest, they would have refrained from intervening in mortal affairs. As a result, there have been times when they acted in ways that are contrary to your expectations. But now that Heidendal is no more in the final days of Verdant, the 12 have arrived at the decision regarding their fate all their own. 'Tis not for me to reveal the truth of their desire. I can, however, guarantee that it is not visit harm upon mankind. Nay, far from it. Well, I for one never felt that the gods meant us ill. To have your guarantee as well, we couldn't possibly doubt them anymore. It is the most assuring confirmed to connect between you and the 12. With that, we may proceed in our quest with easier hearts. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We shall return to Orphealos and continue engaging with your brethren. That as well. As I watch on, I shall pray that the tales come to be happy conclusion for gods and mankind alike. May your journey be fulfilling. So Derek must be the 13th. Amidst something's amiss. God's avatars are nowhere to be seen. That's because our preparations are complete. I have waited so bloody long for this moment. Tis Lemnia, such uncouth words first you speak upon our guests. Oh, leave off, Alchemy. You cannot tell me you're not excited as I am. You would be the first to admit I would be the first to admit my joy, but on such a monumentous occasion, I would act with due propriety. Well met, children of man. 'Tis our understanding that you have spoken with the Watcher and is certain our true nature. Indeed, we were created by Heidenol to tend to the star. Having built all Halos at its heart, our sanctum throughout the ether-rich Erosia, we labor to preserve the balance of reality. All of this we have learned, but there is still one thing we do not understand. Our analyst of the Phantom Realm reveals that you and yours delude your very selves by fighting us. Would this not impede your ability to carry out your duties? We appreciate your concern, but you needn't worry. Loath I am to disappoint. It isn't the little fella. While my brethren use various creatures as their avatars, I choose the form of a man to better serve in your solitude. And it fell to me. The Wanderer to beckon upon Alhalos, they who could grant us our wish. What? How could you hide such a thing from us? Had you known my true identity and our purpose, I feared that you would never refuse to fight us. But our fears were unfounded. You've heeded our requests and despite the hardships endured to grant them. Forgive me, Akane, I must leave the little fella in your care. In the innermost part of our realm, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. I await your coming with bated breath. This is our grandest moment, mortals. Grid your loins and have at us. I shall receive you all, receive you with my all. Be as raging torment, child of men. So Derek is the Wanderer, the deity who shares in man's solitude. In order to beckon us to the Phantom Realm, he posed as an explorer and solicited the aid of the sons of coinage. In spite of this, I do not feel as though I've been deceived, nor do I harbor any resentment. Rather, I simply feel sad. I understand. 'Tis as if a dear friend were suddenly spirited away. In hindsight, perhaps it was an expectation of the coming battle that he had kept men at arm's reach. I imagine it must be even harder for you. But to know that one of the 12 walked among us, it makes me want to do the best we can by them. Aye, since time immemorial, the 12 have watched over all who obeyed on our star. And even as they fulfilled their purpose to maintain stability, as beings possessed of sentience, they also heed the hearts of men. So let us likewise heed their hearts and do our utmost to grant them their desire. And I believe that we all know what comes next. By all indications, this will be the final foray into the God's Sanctum. This task we entrust to you and your adventurer friends once more, Kane. As there's no telling what may happen afterwards, I shall remain on guard here. Twice now you've triumphed, and I have faith that you will do so yet again. Go well, Kane. Hey, Alex. Hello. I'll be going as long as it takes to finish this. That way we can finish 14 today. One last push and you're free. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be in a better mood tomorrow, or not. water's dirty. It's space. System 2 healer. Gotta burn through this raid, finish the story in Kuriaka 14 so you can body 15 and 16. Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes that I haven't even played 16 yet. That'll be the third game that come out this year that I've actually played behind Resident Evil and Lies of P. most likely will. There hasn't been a Yakuza game that I haven't enjoyed. I mean, I don't like Ichiban as much as I like Hiru, but I mean, he's only had one game, to be fair. Hiru's had 8. Hey Intra, hello. How you doing? I'm still hoping to do more action games like Gaiden. The RPG style really only works for Ichiban. I don't see how they could do spin-offs for it with other characters. I agree. I don't want to be too hard on them because oh, they've been making video games for a long time. No, they should know. It's their first time, to my knowledge, that they're making an RPG. So, and that was my problem with Like a Dragon, was that, well, there was something else, but the RPG stuff just wasn't, it just wasn't balanced. Beside the fact that they had 2 of the jobs behind DLC, and then but then the jobs in the DLC had even less features than the jobs that you earned in the main game. So you're making people pay money for 2 jobs, and they don't even have the same amount of features as the one attained in like, that's just grimy. I didn't like that at all. But the job balancing for all the jobs were bad. Like there's no point on almost every last job in Like a Dragon to use any kind of high MP costing move. It's pointless. You're better off using like the mid or low moves because they do the same damage. And if they don't do the same damage, their MP cost is far less. So like the balancing was just awful. So like the actual RPG part of the game, it was fun, don't get me wrong, but it didn't feel great to me when half of your abilities, it's the same problem Blue Dragon has. In Blue Dragon, you learn all the abilities before you hit like level 40, but you can go to level 99. Why would a player go to level 99 when they know they're not going to learn anything new on their job at all? Like nothing else, they're going to unlock nothing else on all jobs or all characters. They're like that. It doesn't encourage you to do. It doesn't. That's the problem. That was Blue Dragon's fault back then, and it's the same in Yakuza. There's no point. It's pay to lose. Pretty much. And it's not. I mean, it's not like the jobs are not good enough to use them. It's just, why lock them behind DLC, and then why have them have even less features than the ones that you earned for free in the game? At least if you're gonna have me, well, not have me, because that makes it sound like I have to do it. But if you're going to try to entice me to buy them, at least have to be the same caliber of stuff in the actual game. You know what I mean? Like that. I think I'd have less problems if it was like that. But the only other thing is there's no hard mode. I don't like the fact that there's no difficulties either to make it harder. They got rid of that. Why? Allow people who, like that's been something they've done all the time. But anyways, like I said, I don't want to be too hard on them, even though it sounds like I am. Because it is their first foray into an RPG since doing action games for so long. But I do hope they learn from it, and the second one's immensely better in that aspect. Because the sub stuff and all the callbacks to the other games are great. That stuff was not bad at all. The story was great. Are you planning to play Spider-Man 2 at all? Yeah, I will. But I'm gonna marathon the first game in Miles Morales. I haven't played Miles Morales, and it seems like you should if you're going to play Spider-Man 2. And I haven't played most of the DLCs in the first one. So it's probably proper to play them. And I haven't played Spider-Man 1 since 2018. It gotta work. So I'm probably gonna marathon all three back to back. If they don't do more Judgments, they can make a new IP. I really should do that soon too. I got Miles on sale and never played it. Yeah, I got it when I got a PS5. Are you leaving Intra? But I won't lie, I know there's a lot of people that love the guidance system and stuff like that. Or not the guidance system, the style in 7, and while I did enjoy myself, I prefer the beat 'em up style. For Yakuza. Yeah, if 8's not balanced, I'd be a little bit disappointed. 8's not balanced. I hope they learn. The thing about 7 is you better off farming the game for their cannon. Blue Dragon also suffered from being too easy, which was my number. Oh, yeah, no, it is. It's boring. That's the problem with it's boring. Did you get a harder difficulty in 7? Did you? I don't think you do. Maybe you do and I forgot. I really hope with Infinite Wealth that when they do moments where Ichiban is serious, like he was with the last boss fight in 7, it feels better for gameplay-wise. No, then I forgot then. Yeah, I think so too.
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum. Let us see how you fare against my servants.
Was it then? Then I guess I just missed it then. I almost picked up red, by the way. Intra. Sorry that I didn't. But I felt bad. I was kind of disappointed Armor Core didn't go on sale for the Steam sale yesterday because I wanted to pick that up. And I was kind of hoping Alan Wake 2 would go on sale too, but it didn't either. But I bought the Mortal Kombat 1 Premium Edition and the Cyberpunk game, which is from spiritual successor for Jet Set Radio. I kind of felt bad spending so much money. I wanted to get Starfield too, but then once I saw Starfield was like, for what people say about it, it seemed like to me it was too expensive.
Only to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil, Beauregard. It shall be my pleasure to welcome you personally. I have looked forward to this moment, children of man. The scholar shall measure your depth of knowledge. Rivers rage at my behest. Not all knowledge is wisdom.
I'm also on the fence about picking up Lords of the Fallen too. I mean, I like Souls games, but
At what answer will you
I've been
arrive?
hearing conflicting things about it. Since I've already had so much to play, it's like...
Of ignorance be cleansed. Join me in deepest knowledge. Let flow the waters of your mind. Seek new perspectives, and you shall find new paths. Have exalted so. O waters purified, reveal their nature. 'Tis time for a test. Share with me your ruminations. answers can be obtained through might. To me, the wisdom of man. Let us enlighten one another. Well done, wise children. Well done.
Smooth sailing so far, I see. Come then, mortals. Have you got the stones to face the navigator? Come on, don't keep me waiting. Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union. I'll teach you the ways of navigation.
Yeah, it's an alliance raid. That's 24 people.
Mine are the waves and the winds. The stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress. serpents. Feel the might of the navigator! Go on, my pets. Don't be shy. Boundless as the ocean. Swim free, my pet! You can surely do better than that. You're bloody brilliant, you are! To seek new horizons, you must come together as one. It falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
After all this time, it feels strange calling to us. Thank you for making it this far. Not long now, till our journey together must end. I am the last of us to face you. Strong are they who roam. Stand firm amidst the storm. You must persevere. My bowstring sings.
overcome this. I know you can. Arise!
Your prayers have given us strength. By fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star.
Come! Grant us our heart's desire! Stay not your steps! Those who hesitate are lost! Behold the Wanderer's arrow! I'm glad that it was you who came to us. Here our journey ends. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead. May the wind ever be at your back. Yes, mankind has indeed grown strong. The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Okay. There's another boss.
You're back. The Omphilus. It's suddenly transformed. Servants? What's the meaning of this? Those ones, I leave to you.
Okay.
It seems we're being seen. Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
Area gives you Catherine vibes. Okay.
The will of the star has entrusted the future to you and yours. As entities charged with ensuring life on Aetheris, we rejoice in this outcome with all our hearts.
Tis time, beloved children. Time to bid farewell to we relics of the past. Children, fulfill our final wish. See every last lotus returns to the star. By the power vested us. Send it. Blessings be upon the Theris. Twas your faith that gave rise to the radiance. Shine like a star from high.
I died 3 times.
Twas your faith that gave rise to resurgence. Mercy be upon our beloved children. Thank you.
Thanks for the GGs. Akane, are you alright? Thanks for clearing the way, Akane. We've been, that being, I presume this is the 12? You have done well, child of man. As promised, we shall reveal the truth in this entity. Our desire is simple thus, to give ourselves unto the star as a blessing. In the 12 millennia we have existed, we have come in the harbor with tremendous powers through prayers. Through the battle, our essence shall unravel and return to the star where it might give rise to new life. Such is our final gift to you. You mean you'll disappear? Yes, fragments of our former souls which serve as the core of our existence shall rejoin the life stream. Yet though we may fade from sight, our individual loss, our stabilizing influence shall endure. The only thing to change is where your prayers find their way. Henceforth it shall be this, the instrument of blessing, that shall receive mortal hopes, that shall give back to the star. But your presence being comfort to mankind, everyone would wish for you to remain. Must you truly fade away? Such gladding things you say, child. We must confess what we do for ourselves. When mankind overcame the final days, it so moved us that even we who are but constructs knew the joys of joy. We have shown you unflattering love for the world. In return, we would show our undying love for you. Worry not, myths are wont to be woven and passed down. As long as man holds the 12 in the fondness, we shall live on in your faith in us. When you say such things, the moment of departing has come. By your blessing, may you march towards a brighter future. Farewell, beloved children. When you are ready, brothers and sisters. May the font of your ingenuity ever flow. Yours is the strength to destroy all obstacles. Abide the virtue and hold fast to the truth. There is a meaning in your deeds. Celebrate life and embrace death. May you flourish and reap the bountiful harvest. In your limited time, you have boundless compassion. Carry yourself with honor and forge on towards victory. Labor and love in your heart for yourself, others, and for the world. From the past, the future's rivers of knowledge flow. Be part of its nourishing water. May a wonderful new world greet you beyond destiny's horizon. Be calm as the ocean, and you shall weather any storm. As the wind blows unfettered, may you be free to follow your heart. You needn't agonize so. Oskan. Remain with them if that be your desire. But this is what we've dreamed of, to return to the star together. I never imagined I would grow so fond of them, that parting would be so hard. Long as we have abide in patience to rejoin the life stream. For the drop in the river of time, that is man's fleeting life. Why not share your fate with them? Follow your heart as you ever have. When the time comes, we shall meet again. I've decided to continue journeying a while longer. Words cannot express my surprise when I opened my eyes to see Derek standing there. I'm naturally curious as to what happened, but above all else, I rejoice for a dear friend returned. Embraced by gods, Derek is the very picture of peace. Sigh, what to say in such a moment. Best to speak from the heart, I suppose. I'm glad to be back. And we're glad to have you back. Glad hardly suffices to describe it. We're over the moon that you're still here, Derek. Or should we call you Orchon? I no longer have Orchon's power. Derek will do. I was remade from the portion of my essence that was returned to the star and will live out my days as a man. May I ask what happened? No sooner had the 12 vanished that you appear before us. At the very last, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear to say farewell. Your earnest friendship has weighed down my steps. And the little fella's fervent call halted them. I was overwhelmed by the keenness longing to remain among you to see more of the world I love. Upon seeing me torn, my brethren bade me follow my heart. I need no further argument. We created the instruments of being in a blessing in the faith that one day that the star would no longer need our guiding hand. Thanks to you, that day has finally come. But I'm rambling. How uncharismatic. Let us head back to the Halos, shall we? Hey, Fox. Hello. Thanks for the GGs. Well, we must return to Charlonet. The forum will be expecting a report. Yet, if the entire truth were to be revealed to the public, it would shake the very foundation of the whole of the worship of the 12. Aye, in finding a report, we would do well to consult the forum on what details it is safe to disclose. Much pertaining to the field of mythology will need to be obstructed, I fear. Worry not on my account inspired by our findings. I have mind to examine the 12 in the context of reception theory. The people's perception of deities are wont to be informed by their culture. By comparing the differences across the eras and religions, I believe we may uncover, therefore, two unseen aspects of the 12. Reception theory, you say? Most intriguing. I should like to see the fruits of your research when I visit Charlonet. When you do, have care not to reveal who you used to be. Our scholars would be all over you like a starved beast. I see. Perhaps I shall wait a little while before I come calling. Before I came to you, I simply roamed the world. I had no objective, nothing I wished to find. With the second chance I have, I mean to undertake my travels with a renewed perspective. But I set out. I would have my brethren hopes where else? Elsewhere to a place in the men's mints. Oh, what a wonderful idea. If you wouldn't mind, we shall like to accompany you. By all means, we make for the Sacrum of the 12 in each shroud. It's not over quite yet. No matter how many times I visit the Sanctum, its majesty never fails to move me. And the rich history organically built during the dawn of the fifth astral era. It was reclaimed by the woods before being restored in the wake of the calamity. Truly, it stands as a testament to influence that magical civilizations and city-states have had upon Erosian culture. The Sancrum harbors the hopes of men, and now for those of my brethren shall join them. If you are not averse, I would speak a little of my brethren, that is, those individuals whose essence lent them form. As it pertains to another age, some concepts may be foreign to you, but would you be interested nonetheless? Excellent. The Agata was a man with gift creating inanimate objects such as buildings and furnishing. With his abilities, he served supervisory roles at the Bureau of Architect, where he was nothing short of a pillar. His chief was carefree to a fault, you see, and he took it upon himself to ensure the work was done. Regard was a brawny man from whom Vanette encountered on her travels. They quickly struck up friendship, and he joined her on a quest to destroy enormous meteors that were hurling towards the star. 'Tis fair to say this event gave rise to the legends surrounding the destroyer. Azim was a woman who served as a judicial officer in the Bureau of Administrator, an experienced which served her well as warden. She was an ardent proponent of the seat of Azim and dreamed of training under Venet and her successor. Nada had a close personal friend of mine, a merchant by trade. He was outworldly gregarious, but also possessed a reserved side and knew quiet joy in his passion for ore. This man began treating him as a dual aspect god. It reminded me of the person who he used to be, and I couldn't help but be struck with the pang of nostalgia. Nasir was a landscaper architect of great repute who grew plants gathered from the star over. Despite being skilled in magic, she preferred to nurture plants as natural intended, and her garden ever boomed with beautiful flowers. All who visit were said to leave with their souls salved. Alak was a researcher who observed newly made creations in Elpis. Although it was his sister's urging that he first joined our faction, he soon became a steward believer in the cause and always took the initiative in discussions. Holland was a formidable warrior tasked with hunting creations that were deemed detrimental to the star. For her prowess, she had been regarded as a leading candidate for the seat of Pastorat, preserver of discipline and order. Melfinia was the youngest among us, a student affiliated in the words of La Habrea at the Academia Andaluar. Even with that prestigious institution, she was considered a prodigy, and hers were the hands that created the magic to isolate and seal Zodiark. Thadakal was the headmaster of the Academia Andaluar, a man of learning and leadership both. He presided over the institution's myriad of faculties. Not known phenomenon exists in which he was versed. Words do not do justice to express the remarkable scholar he was. Knife was a observer in Elpis. Like her older brother, Alec, she possessed a caring and exquisite nature and was liked and trusted by her peers. Lian was a researcher of Metabysios Thalassiae, a facility for observation and evaluation of sea life. So passionate was she about her work that she once threw a knife at someone who inadvertently came too close to her observation subject. Osco was a traveler whom Venet encountered in the wilderness. They shared a campfire and discussed at length what it meant to be free. Leaving my hopes as a wanderer in place, I shall set forth anew as simply a man named Derek. And last but not least, the Watcher. He was the chief architect of Amnesty Andaluar and respected Venat deeply as an individual, even as he cared for her as a dear friend. Indeed, among our numbers, none more devoted to Venat, and that devotion made him best suited to his duty and in the solitude that accompanies it. That is all. It is a lot to remember, but I should be glad if they remain with you in some way. Be grateful that you should share with us these new aspects. We're grateful. Of Heidendal and the 12, thank you. Well, 'tis past we head to Charlonet. I wouldn't do to keep Jinka waiting. I assume you'll be traveling via Limsa Lanencia, in which case allow us to see you off from there. Till now I have wandered alone. But as I recently learned, a journey is better shared. Our friends are presently booking their passage. That's where you were. There's room aboard the next ship, so we'll be setting sail shortly. Oh, Derek, no sooner do we arrive in the crowded place that you up and disappear. 'Tis a force of habit in order to avoid people. But I needn't do so anymore, do I? On the contrary, I shall embrace the chance to connect with other souls. As comrades, we completely agree. And remember, you're always welcome to the Basian Annex. Be sure to pay us a visit. You may depend on it. Thank you, Derek, for giving us your trust. And thank you as well, Akane, for had you not been with us, we would have struggled to grant the 12 their wish. Well, we best find our vessel. While the reports remain to be compiled, I believe we can officially declare our investigation complete. Till next time we meet, my friends. Do you still have time, Akane? Before I embark on my journey, there's a place nearby I would like to visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? I thank you. Come. We shall head outside the city via the temple gates. Okay. Here, the wind wisps in from the sea like a storm, but I always found the sensation quite invigorating. Least you wonder, I intend to strike west, hence make my way through upper and outer Lanosa. In order to mark my beginning as a man en route, I wish to see Oscar embrace with you. You need only accompany me across the bridge. From there, I shall continue on my own. And it's such a great wave that has ripped the god's grip from the mainland. In the wake of the calamity, my brethren and I were all occupied with our respective duties. This is the first time seeing the bridge. Shall we then? You follow, try not to fall behind. So this is temporary construction. Tis a fine bridge, boasting splendid views and brimming with life, the very image of a man's determination to overcome adversity. I am honored that it should be named Orchon. Well, this is as far as I asked you to come. But if you're willing, might we converse a little more? It occurred to me that I hadn't asked you about your opinion of the 12. How you personally perceive us, for instance, or what you felt when you faced us. Your words from the heart I would take with me as a memento. Is that so? The others will be glad to hear that. Thank you for humoring me, Akane, and apologizing for keeping you so long. I'm ready to set forth now and witness the world filled with your blessing, with our blessing. To begin with, I shall tour Lanosia and visit those locales which are named after the 12, after which I shall go wherever the wind blows. Together with this little fella, of course, until such time as he tires of my company. This time I shall embrace the joy of meeting and accepting the sorrow of parting. And when the time comes for me to return to the star, I shall share my experience with my brethren. Needless to say, you will feature prominently in my recounting. Will you continue your own journeys? Will you not? Then I shall look for you out there. Fare you well, my friend, and may the 12 bless you and keep you. By completing the quest, sowing profits at the painting of certain deities among will become available for purchase. And now we're officially done. With 14, that's it. We did the Alliance raid, the normal raid, and the main story. And all every expansion. Final Fantasy XIV in 80 days. Well done. Sorry the experience got ruined for you, but still a great job sticking with it to the very end. Yeah, thank you. Oh. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the GGs. Around Erosia in 80 days.
Wanna put you in a trance, let's party.